All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, we hope that you enjoyed your lunch. Um, Just to remind you where we are procedurally, the state and both the defense have given their opening statements. I turn to the state of Florida to open its case by calling its first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Janelle Cruz.
Janelle Cruz, please. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Cruz. If you could walk all the way forward, please. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this way, ma'am. Ms. Stifler, is your microphone on? Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your name for our court reporter?
My name is Janelle Cruz, Jonellecruz.
And Ms. Cruz, where are you from?
I am originally from Guam, residing in Kansas City, Kansas.
And are you in a long-term relationship with someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that person?
Shane Borja?
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How old are they?
I have a 27, 24, and 13-year-old.
And Ms. Cruz, could you tell the jury what your prior work history is?
I worked with Baptist Primary Care in a medical clinic doing front desk clerical work.
And how long have you been in a relationship with Mr. Borja?
5 years.
I want to talk to you about February of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and Mr. Borja living together in Jacksonville back in February of 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
What area of town were you living in at the time?
South Side.
And specifically, I want to talk to you about a night, February 16th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that night, were you in the sanctuary area of Jacksonville Beach, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Prior to arriving at that particular location, what had you and Mr. Borja been doing that evening?
We had gone to return a motorcycle to one of his friend's house in Jacks Beach.
And what area of Jacksonville Beach was his friend's house located in?
The house was located across the Baptist hospital and that school that's located there.
And when he went to drop off the motorcycle, what did you do?
As he dropped off the motorcycle, I followed him to the house in my vehicle. He got down, returned the motorcycle, and then I just remained in my vehicle and we headed back home from there.
When you were leaving that house near the Baptist beaches, what route did you take to get back to your home on the south side?
We went through the neighborhood.
And were you from that area at all?
No, ma'am.
How did you find your way from that house out to, I presume, JTB to get back to the south side?
Shane was directing me.
Okay. Would you have found your way out if he had not been directing you?
No, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury what that neighborhood is like, the route that you took that night?
There was a couple turns just full of homes, and then when we got to the left turn, it was just like a dark road.
Do you remember about what time of night it was when you were leaving your friend's house?
About shortly before 8 p.m.
And I want to talk to you about you and Mr. Borja coming across a vehicle on Sanctuary Boulevard South. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you describe what the lighting conditions were and the conditions that night to the jury?
It was dark. The only thing I remember the light being that I was able to see was the flashers on the vehicle.
Were you driving or was Mr. Borja driving?
I was driving.
And as you drove, were you able to continue down the road or explain to the jury what it was that initially caught your attention?
So as I took the left turn, we obviously had to stop because there was a vehicle in the middle of the road, blocking the road. So it was dark. It was just flashers that I was able to see, and another vehicle that was right behind that vehicle.
Did you see anybody get out of the vehicle behind the vehicle with its flashers on?
No,
Do you know who was in that vehicle?
no,
Were they also individuals that remained on scene while police arrived later?
I did not see anybody.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Do you see an image on your screen in that witness box?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the vehicle as it appeared to you that night you saw with the flashers on?
Correct.
And where we are situated from this vehicle, about how far would you say you and the other car stopped in front of you were from this vehicle?
I cannot recall.
Were you right up close to it, far away? I understand you don't have to give me an approximation, but
Pretty far away.
when you saw the vehicle with its flashers on, I want you to tell the jury what happened next.
So I stopped the vehicle. Shane had exited the vehicle to go see if they needed help. So he got down. I remained in my vehicle, and then he walks up asking if help was needed. And then I see him walking back towards my vehicle, and he says to call 911. And at some point, he says there's a guy on the ground. And so as I was starting to call 911, I had exited my vehicle, and he took a turn around the backside of the victim's vehicle to check if there was, any other things going on, sorry. And he found the little girl.
Okay. I'm going to go back and ask you a few questions. You mentioned that you made a 911 call.
Yes,
Prior to today's trial, did you have the opportunity to listen to your 911 call?
yes.
I'm going to play that for you now.
JSL transfer.
Hi, yes, I'm calling. There's a guy in the middle of the road on America Avenue.
And I'm pausing it. This is, for the record, State's Exhibit 2. Ms. Cruz, is that your voice?
Yes.
Let me inquire. Can the jurors hear that okay? Okay.
I'm not sure if somebody else caught it in. Hello?
What's he doing?
He's like the car is open and he's laying on the ground. I'm not sure what.
We're out on
going
America.
Right when you take a left on America going out, I believe to Sanctuary, maybe.
What kind of car is it? Is he buying?
It's a black SUV. Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is it only him on the ground?
What's he doing?
He's just laying there. I'm not sure if he's having a heart attack or something. And he has a little kid in the car. My husband right now is holding her. She was crying. So I think it's just him and this little girl.
Okay. And you think it's a medical emergency?
It might be. It looks like he stopped the car and just laid on the ground on the road.
Is he bleeding? Can you talk to him, or?
Is he awake? Is he conscious? Is he conscious or he's unconscious?
Unconscious? Okay. Let me get
Yes.
fire. I've got officers on the way. Let me get the fire department on the way also.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Cruz, when you made that 911 call, did you see anybody lying on the ground?
No, I did not.
And what you were relaying to the operator, is that what Shane, Mr. Borja, is relaying to you?
That is correct.
You mentioned the 911 call that your husband brought a child to you.
That is correct.
Can you describe for the jury her appearance when he brought her to you?
She was shaking. She was like panting as if she's been crying. She was very worried about her dad. She kept asking, she was telling us that her dad is hurt on the ground along those lines and asking if the police was going to help her daddy.
How old did she appear to be to you?
To me, she was between 2 to 3 years old.
And what did you do to comfort her?
So when Shane brought her to me, I took her from him and I grabbed a blanket that I had in the back of my vehicle. I wrapped her in it and we just remained in my vehicle till the detectives came to retrieve her from me.
Oh, you mentioned that she made some statements. I want to ask and go through those specifically.
Yes,
Did she say if she had seen or heard anything?
she heard a boom.
And then she was mentioning her daddy. Did you take that to mean that the man on the ground was her father?
That is correct.
What did she say specifically about what she saw?
Along the lines of, I can say something along the lines of, my daddy's on the ground, my daddy's hurt, and is the police gonna help my daddy? That's pretty much what she kept repeating.
And were you asking her questions, and was she able to respond to your questions?
That is correct. I was trying to distract her from the whole scene.
What else did you ask her?
I asked her where her mom was, and she replied with, at home with my baby sister. I asked her her name, how old she was, and she had some like dirty mouth, and I asked her, I said, what did you eat? She's like, I had ice cream.
Ms. Cruz, while you were with the child, did you take a little homemade video on your cell phone of her?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury why you did that?
It was just for myself, memory of her, she was just the cutest, bravest, strongest little girl I've ever met.
Ms. Cruz, prior to today's trial, did you have the opportunity to review the video you took that night?
I did.
I'm going to play it for you. It's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. And I'm showing you on your screen. Is that you?
That is correct.
On the left?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the right side where my cursor is that the child?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the video you took that night?
That is correct.
Brooksy, and when were you my age?
When I was your age, I can too.
Yeah, when you were my
Oh, there we go.
I'm going to restart it.
Yes, ma'am. Publishing State's Exhibit 1.
Brooksy, and when were you my age?
When I was your age, I can too.
Yeah, when you were my age?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's awesome.
That one.
How old are you, Brooksy?
And Bloxy.
Yeah, Brooksy. And how old are you?
2.
2. And what happened?
I saw a boo.
You saw a boo?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ms. Cruz, we can see in the video that you're inside of a car. Are you inside of your car?
That is correct.
And there are flashing lights in the background. At that point, had police arrived?
That is correct.
And at that point, did you learn that the child's father on scene had been pronounced deceased?
No,
So no one told you that?
no.
Okay. So when you're asking questions of Bexley, she hadn't heard any information about what happened to her
No.
father? Did you continue to care for her on scene?
I did.
And did the police allow you to maintain care of her?
That is correct.
Did you make any statements to the police that night?
No, I did not.
Did Shane, Mr. Borja, your boyfriend or husband?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to ask you some names. Had you ever seen or met the child in this video, Bexley Bridegan, before February 16th, 2022?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever seen her or met her since then?
No.
And her mother, Kirsten Bridegan, have you ever had contact with her?
I've reached out to her just to give my condolences and to, check up on the little girl and give my prayers for her.
When would that have been?
Probably couple weeks after.
Ma'am, before you and Mr. Borja got up to the victim's vehicle, did you see anybody on foot or in a vehicle leaving the scene?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever heard the name Mario Fernandez Saldana, other than in regards to testifying in this case today?
No, ma'am.
I have one moment, Counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Your Honor, we don't have any questions for Ms. Cruz. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cruz, may she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cruz. You're excused. State, call your next witness, please.
State calls Shane Borja.
Shane Borja. Good afternoon. Mr. Borja, come all the way forward. All right, sir, if you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you, sir. This way. Watch your step, okay? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you see me over here?
Good morning.
Or good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your name for the record?
I'm Shane Borja, Shane Borja.
Mr. Borja, what do you do for a living?
I drive semi-trucks.
And are you currently living here in Jacksonville, Florida?
No, ma'am.
Where do you live currently?
Kansas City, Kansas.
And we heard testimony from a woman named Janelle Cruz. Who is that person to you?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have you all been together?
About 5 years.
And were you together back in February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in February of 2022, were you living here in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about a night, February 16th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And were you in Jacksonville Beach that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what it was you and Ms. Cruz were doing in Jacksonville Beach that night?
So I was returning, we just came from a motorcycle ride that day, and I was returning it to my friend. And yeah, that's when we left her house and then we took a back road and we came across the victim in his vehicle, blocking the road.
Your friend, does she live in the Jacksonville Beach area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you took a back route to get out. How did you know about that back route?
From my friend, she taken me through there, and I just memorized it. I don't know the street names or anything, but yeah, that's how I knew that route.
And who was driving that night?
Janelle.
Were you directing her on which roads to take and where to turn?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came upon the victim's vehicle. Can you describe for the jury what you first noticed as being unusual? when you approached the victim's vehicle?
Yeah, so we stopped it and we saw the victim's vehicle blocking the road, and I got down to check what's going on. I thought maybe he needed some help fixing his tire because I saw a tire, and so I started approaching the victim in his vehicle, and I was calling out at first because it felt, something really felt like off because he was laying on the ground like motionless. So I was calling out to him, seeing if he needed help and stuff, and I didn't get no response. So that's when I turned around and told Janelle to call the police.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions and go through that step by step. Can you look at the screen in the witness box? Do you see an image on your screen?
Yes.
This has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Does this photograph give a good picture of what you saw when you approached the victim's vehicle that night?
Yes.
And going to State's Exhibit 33, does this picture appear to be the tire you saw in front of the victim's vehicle that night?
Yes.
Were there any other cars kind of backed up because the victim's vehicle was blocking the road?
Yes, there was one car in front of us.
And did you talk to the people inside the car?
No.
Did you see who was inside the car?
No.
Did they ever talk to the police that night like you did?
I'm not sure of that.
When you approached the victim's vehicle, well, how far away were your car and this car from the victim's vehicle?
Quite a ways. I'd say like maybe 2 bus lengths.
Okay. And as you approached the victim's vehicle, were you alone when you first approached?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you saw someone lying on the ground. Can you describe for the jury how he was lying, his position?
Yeah, he was face down, like facing towards the driver's side of his vehicle. Yeah, just he was lying motionless in a pool of blood.
Was the driver's door open like it is in this picture?
Yes.
And were the flashers or hazard lights on?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned now that you saw blood. Can you describe for the jury what you initially thought you were coming across?
Yeah, I thought at first I thought it was he was changing his tire or something, needed help, so I got down to try and help. And then when I saw the blood, that's when I thought that there was a car accident.
And did you look around to see if there were any other cars or people in the area that could have been involved?
Yes, that's when I started walking around the vehicle to see if there was another car in the woods, see, if maybe someone else needed help, but I couldn't find anything.
You didn't see any other cars or any other people?
No, ma'am.
And then what did you do next?
I was just trying to figure out what's going on. I already knew the police were coming, so I was just trying to see like if there was an accident, like I said, and if someone needed help. And then I walked around the vehicle, and that's when I saw the little girl in the back seat.
I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. Is this the interior of the victim's vehicle?
Looks like, I believe so.
Did you remove the little girl from a car seat in the back of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to removing her from the vehicle, you mentioned that you were calling out to the man on the ground. Did you hear any response from him while you were calling out?
I didn't get no response, but I did hear like, I guess like the blood and like gurgling. Yeah.
He was not able to answer your questions or give you any information though.
No, I knew that I knew he wasn't there anymore. Like,
when you got the little girl out of the car, can you describe to the jury what her demeanor was like?
she was like panting, and she seemed very in shock, and she knew something happened to her father. She was saying like, "My daddy," on the ground. I couldn't really make it out, but I knew she's trying to explain to me.
And what did you do with the little girl?
I just grabbed her, like it was my only instinct was just to grab her, and like I just held her, and I was trying to comfort her as I brought her over to Janelle.
Where did you go after you gave the girl to Janelle? Where did you go?
I think I went back to the vehicle and I still tried to do some of my own like investigation, but I was just trying to figure out what's going on because I didn't understand it. I didn't know. I was trying to see if he hit something and got in an accident. So that's what, yeah. And then I went back to my vehicle and waited.
Did you wait on scene until police arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak to police on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that night, as you were on your way home, did you return and go to the police station and give them a more kind of formal statement than the one you gave at scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other bystanders on the scene by the time you left?
Yes, there were a few.
Police?
There were police and some civilians.
When you first walked up to the victim in his vehicle, were there any other civilians around that had seen what happened or that helped you out in those first few seconds?
No. Besides the car in front of us, it was just me.
And those people inside that car never got out?
No.
Prior to this case, did the name Mario Fernandez mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
And prior to this case, did the name Jared Bridegan or Kirsten Bridegan or Bexley Bridegan mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Or the name Shanna Gardner
No, ma'am.
or Henry Tenen?
Who?
Okay, yeah, I think that answers that. We have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Borja.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
We have no questions for Mr. Borja. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Borja, may he be excused? Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Borja. You're excused. State, call your next witness.
State Car Sergeant Lawrence Smith.
Lawrence Smith. Good afternoon, Sergeant. Come on all the way forward, please. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sergeant, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this way, sir.
You need a mic up?
No, just, you can leave it. Should be good. All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Sergeant Lawrence Smith of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Now, how long have you been with part of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Been with them for a little over 19 years now.
Give the jury an idea of your training and experience that allows for you to be a sergeant in the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
There's a process. Become a sergeant, you have to be a corporal first, and there's processes you have to go through to kind of prove yourself to be able to supervise and lead others in all aspects of law enforcement. That would be the way you became a supervisor, but it also goes back to your own training, personal training.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am a sworn law enforcement officer.
Did you graduate from the police academy?
I did graduate from police academy, yes.
And in the beginning of your career, what kind of work were you doing?
Beginning of my career, I started off as a patrol officer, and I also was very interested from day one in crime scene investigations. So I joined the department's crime scene unit. At the time, we were called evidence technicians. We have since changed that name to crime scene investigators. But I joined that, and I was kind of the boots on the ground investigator for about 5 years until I was promoted.
You were promoted first to a colonel, then to a sergeant.
I was promoted first to corporal, but I was able to remain a crime scene investigator as a corporal. It was 2014 when I was promoted to sergeant, and at that time, kind of promoted your way out of those duties.
Explain for the jury who's probably familiar with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is the Jacksonville Beach Police Department part of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No, we're not part of the sheriff's office. We're a total separate entity from the sheriff's office. We work hand in hand with the sheriff's office, but most of all of our investigations are investigated in-house, with the in-house with our general investigations unit. But also we could use other entities like the sheriff's office, and even we use federal agencies like DEA or ATF.
Is it fair to say that the Jacksonville Beach Police Department is much smaller than the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It is much smaller. It's a smaller land area, and I believe you have 71 sworn officers that are in Jacksonville Beach, which is about a 5 square mile area of land. But it's surprisingly, we can go from, I believe we have about 23,000 citizens, but on the weekends, the beaches out there, we can go up to probably 50,000. So we wind up policing more than just our citizenry.
Thank you, Sergeant. If you could just please pull the microphone up a little bit higher, since you're so tall, I may have a hard time capturing your voice. Just keep your voice up.
There is no microphone.
Oh, there's no mic.
There's a body mic there.
There you go. That works much better.
All right.
Thank you. So the small 5 square mile area of Jacksonville Beach, is that still part of Duval County, Florida?
That is part of Duval County, Florida. It's one of the I guess there's 4 counties: Duval, Jacksonville, which is considered a county, or considered a city, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, and Jacksonville Beach, all part of Duval County.
So I want to turn your attention to February 16th of 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
And when did you first become aware that there was an incident in Sanctuary Parkway in Jacksonville Beach?
I believe it was late. It was around 7:50 or so in the evening. It was either dusk or becoming or dark as it was. We were on the north end investigating a domestic dispute. The majority of the squad was there on that call, and we started receiving dispatch calls to somewhere in South Jacks Beach. The calls, I would say, the dispatchers knew something was going on, just couldn't quite pinpoint it, but they were receiving enough 911 calls to realize that something was happening. So they started dispatching us down there until things got figured out while we were en route, basically.
Did you hustle down there?
First call came out, I believe, might have been a vehicle assist. Wouldn't respond. You wouldn't hustle down a vehicle response, but the frequency of the calls picked up, and by the time I got to where I was, to about Beach Boulevard and 3rd Street, I was going in emergency mode based on the information that we were getting from dispatch.
So were you the first or one of the first police officers to arrive on the scene?
Yes, it was. Nobody could really describe exactly where this occurred. It was everywhere from, we were dispatched kind of to a general area of a 1/4 mile, I would say. Every different call, nobody quite knew exactly how to describe the road that it occurred on. And I went down, I happened to be the first to come across the road that it was on, which was Sanctuary Boulevard.
And Sanctuary, I guess if you're going south on it, it dead ends into Butler Boulevard.
Yes, Sanctuary is a feeder from the residential area of Jacksonville. It's a feeder road into J. Turner Butler Boulevard.
I guess the other side of Butler, just a little bit further south, turns into St. Johns County.
Yes, very, very close, very close.
It was close to not being in Jacksonville Beach.
It's very close, 1/4 mile.
Describe for the jury what happened when you arrived at this vehicle, what you saw.
Well, I guess you have to kind of describe the road to make this understand. It was a 2-lane, one lane road, if that makes sense. It was a north and south travel lane, but each lane the lane was wide enough for one car, and there's curbs on each side. And there was one of those lanes that went south, and then there was kind of a ditch, and there's one of those lanes that went north back to Jacksonville Drive, which is the opposite side of JTB. These lanes, once you entered these lanes, you were committed to going to JTB. There was no backing up or turning around, or if you were in there and there was a problem that was in there, you were stuck in there. And that's what I found when I got there. I found a bunch of cars stacked up behind the victim's vehicle with the hazard lights on. Cars were just stationary, sitting there. And that was probably a good 200 feet of cars. I don't know how many cars that would be. I had to, because the lane is so narrow, I had to drive pretty much in the grass on the curb to get around everybody. And that's where I came across the Volkswagen in the road with Mr. Bridegan.
Would you describe this area as dark?
This area is, I would have to say, by far probably one of the darkest areas in Jackson Beach, if not the darkest area in Jackson Beach. It's dark enough to where you safely say at night with no moon, you can't see the hood of your car. It's that dark.
And this area of Sanctuary Parkway, are there homes that are adjacent to the road, or is it woods?
It's woods. There are woods that divide the homes that are on the west side, and there's kind of a swampy area. Then there's the southbound Sanctuary Boulevard, northbound Sanctuary Boulevard, woods, and then you've got homes on American Avenue.
So you get out of your patrol vehicle?
Yes, I got to the scene. I noticed Jared on the ground. His flashers were on. I get to the scene. I see Jared lying there. Jared's face down in a pool of blood. I sort of get focused on him. Our initial response, we're trained to make sure that that the scene is safe, make sure the scene is safe, make sure the scene is not active. That's our first thing. We've got an overload of sensory when we get to a scene like this, because we don't know what we have, and we're trying to figure it out very, very quickly to get the scene safe and figure out and integrity of this case. So I initially got out of the car, thought to myself originally, hey, this is kind of a funny place where somebody would commit suicide. I initially thought it was somebody who got out of the car and shot himself, the way the body was situated, the way he was laying, and the pool of blood around his head.
So I just want to make sure the jury heard this right. He was face down?
He was face down, and I say face down. He was face down on one cheek or the other. He wasn't face down on his forehead. He was face down on I don't remember which cheek it was, but one cheek or the other cheek.
Meaning his stomach, his belly button was on the
his belly. He was prone on the ground with his belly on the ground.
And having responded to this scene, were you aware of gunshots? Did anyone report gunshots in the area?
That I remember was probably third or fourth call that we received from our dispatch, and that kind of made everything that was going on make sense. From all the different kind of calls we got, that was where we were like, okay, this is what we've got. We've got gunfire. So
better hustle. You hustle out there and you're scanning to make sure the scene is safe. How do you do that?
It's just a matter of being observant, getting to the scene. You really are trying to focus on the injured person, but you also got to make sure that there's nothing going on. There's not an argument still going on. There's no cars that have just sped away. There's nobody that's potentially still there that could be armed, wanting to do more harm. But it's just kind of a plethora of things that run through your mind in an instant when you get there.
So were you able to quickly determine that there was likely no other danger in the imminent vicinity?
Yes, when we got there, there was no signs of struggle. There was no yelling, no cars speeding away. We didn't get any information of cars speeding away. It was pretty quick that we discovered this. This was not an active scene.
So once you make sure other lives are safe, do you focus on trying to help the victim?
Yeah, now it's time. Once everything's safe, now it's time to focus on the victim, trying to save his life.
What did you do?
I went up to Mr. Bridegan, checked his carotid artery, did not feel a pulse. I then rolled Mr. Bridegan over and began CPR on Mr. Bridegan on the side of the road. I did that for a minute or so until my partner came up, and he actually came up and told me that there's a child in the car. That's what I heard. There's a child in the car. He actually said there was a child in the car. I heard there is a child in the car. So he said, let me take this over. You need to do what you need to do supervisory wise. So I passed off my portion of the CPR. I passed off to him. He continued CPR. I went to the car. There was no child in the car. And come to find out the child had been taken out of the car just prior to us being there. And he saw the child being carried back from the scene. I never saw that. I never saw the child.
So you're no longer doing CPR because you're kind of the senior officer on the scene.
Yeah, he knew that I had things I had to do right now. Things were calm. We're working on CPR. That's usually a one person job until you get relieved. You relieve yourself through the process of it. But he did CPR until Jack's fire rescue arrived.
You've already described how quickly everything's happening and how you're getting little pieces of information. What kinds of information were you gleaning while you were doing CPR on Mr. Bridegan?
Well, like I said, my initial thought was that he committed suicide. I don't know why. I don't know why that came to my head, but it was my initial instinct. And as I rolled him over, I noticed 2, if not 3, shell casings under or near his body. And at that point, obviously, I realized that it was more than just a suicide.
Typically, people don't shoot themselves multiple times.
Absolutely not.
Okay, fair enough.
And there was no gun on the scene.
Didn't see a gun. Did you notice anything on his hands?
Yes, I did notice. Well, I've got. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Take your time. I've dropped the mic a dozen times.
Still on? Did I break it? Okay. When Jack's Fire Rescue, when they come out and they pronounce somebody deceased on a scene, out of dignity for the person, they usually put a sheet over the deceased body just to cover them up out of respect. This sheet was over his body, but his left hand was still out of the sheet, and I noticed the ring on his left finger. I noticed his wedding ring on his left finger. Hit me in a way that an emotional way for me. I'm married 30 years. I saw that ring, and I just thought, wow, we're about to give somebody the worst information of their life.
Okay. Did you also, during this process, notice the pockets of Mr. Bridegan and whether or not he had been turned out? In other words, was there any sign of a robbery?
There was no sign of a robbery. I believe his phone was still in the car. I believe his wallet was attached to his phone. His pockets were not turned out. There was no indication. I don't think any time, as when I was there, I thought that robbery was even part of this incident. Didn't know what happened, but I didn't think robbery didn't take a priority on this one.
So at that point, you see the multiple shell casings. It's a homicide. Someone's calling the phone because you mentioned the phone was in the car. Do you recall that someone kept repeatedly calling Mr. Bridegan's cell phone that was in the car?
There are on this is almost 5 years ago, and there are memories that kind of come and go, but there are very few vivid memories I have of this case. They were all kind of emotional. One being the ring on the finger, and 2 being when Kirsten started calling. When I saw on the infotainment center, the center console, where you have your music and all that stuff, somebody calls, their name pops up. I saw Kirsten's name pop up. And then probably 3 or 4 minutes later, I saw the name pop up again. It stuck with me that her name is very close to my wife's name. So I kind of read that as my wife's name. So it touched me in a way. And then as the evening or as the scene progressed, the frequency of those calls came in more and more, almost like you can tell it was a panicky, where are you? You should be home by now. What's going on?
Mr. Mizrahi?
I think it's relevant to show who's calling the victim when he's been shot and killed. So I think that's relevant.
Okay. Let me see you at sidebar.
Does the blood in the car indicate that the victim was in the vicinity where that blood was located when some of the bullets hit him?
Yes, and some of the bullet strikes in the car would lead one to believe that the person was shot inside the car.
And obviously, when you got there, I think you've already indicated that the door to the Volkswagen was open and the flashers were on.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice the tire?
Yes, I did. There was a tire that was mostly in the middle of the road, enough for a road obstruction in the road in front of the vehicle. And I noticed the Volkswagen was kind of cantered on the road to where it was possibly he might have been getting out of the car to move the tire, or the tire was definitely impeding his traffic.
And you don't know whether the tire had been moved by the victim to any extent, if at all?
No idea.
We'll go through a few of the pictures so you can describe what you've already described so the jury can get a visual of them.
Okay.
We'll go through them relatively quickly. We're going to call another witness to go through them in detail. But was a video, a walkthrough video conducted by one of your evidence technicians at the scene?
There was, yes.
Is that what we see here in State's Exhibit 3?
I'm not seeing it moving, but I believe it is.
It's not moving, but that's a still of it.
Okay, so yeah, more likely that is with the flashlights. It was so dark back there, you had to use flashlights, kind of like the scene. The camera says flashlight would make it. Yes.
Now that I hit the button, you can actually see it moving.
Yes, and there's a lot of flashlights going around.
So we'll go to State's Exhibit 4. you were describing the two lanes. If you could use your picture up on your screen to show the jury the southbound lane, they can see obviously the vehicle, and then the northbound lane.
This is a touchscreen.
It is a touchscreen, just like
Okay,
99.
so this is going to be the southbound lane, kind of curves around and goes out to JTB. And this is the grass median right here that I talked about, kind of a swampy area here, about 20 feet or so of grass. Gets wider and it gets narrow in certain spots. And here is the northbound lane. You can see the two curbs here that would make it possible for anybody, this is happening on the same side, make it possible for anybody to either turn around or go around somebody.
And now we're going to fast forward to some pictures that show Mr. Bridegan, albeit with the sheet covering him. Just for everyone to know. Showing you State's Exhibit 8 and then State's Exhibit 9. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at Mr. Bridegan's body next to the vehicle. This is after he has been rolled over by me for life-saving try or life-saving attempts. What stands out with this, like I said earlier, his ring finger was outside of the white sheet, kind of near the curb. So I actually requested another blanket just to cover his hand.
And we see a lot of people out there working. Are those members of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
These are all members of Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And we obviously see a large tire in the road. Is that the tire you referred to?
This is the tire we referred to, yes.
Okay, I am going to fast forward now to State's Exhibit 20. Again, there is some images of Mr. Bridegan in these photographs. So fast forwarding to 20. What are we looking at here?
What are we referring to as left leg?
Well, no. Well, first of all, the pockets. What do we notice about the pockets?
Oh, pockets are in, pockets are not, have not been touched or turned out, which would indicate this wasn't going to be most likely wasn't a robbery. You think pockets be turned out, wallets be taken, cars.
See that rescue had tried some additional life-saving measures. That's not something you did. That's something rescue.
That's rescue does to check for any sort of life or any sort of, I'm not sure what they're looking for, but
See some placards here. Is that going to be marking of potential evidence like shell casings and projectiles?
very well could be. I'm not sure. It might actually be the marking of his body there, but you can see in number 4, that's a shell casing.
So that's what you described when you got there. You're like, oh, wait a second, this isn't a suicide.
Yes, this is when I rolled him over and I started seeing these things, and it really kind of brought it together.
Fast forwarding to 25. Is that the ring finger that you described?
That is the ring finger I described, yes.
Fast forwarding to 28. Is that going to be the marking of a projectile that was found underneath the victim's body?
That is a projectile, and that is a very unusual projectile. It's not something we see commonly with pistols, with handguns. That's a. Honestly, when I first saw it, I didn't know what it was.
I can ask some more questions to lay a foundation here.
All right, you may.
Yes, that's a.
Well, let me ask you. Sergeant, let me ask you a question. In part of your 19 years of training experience, do you know a lot about guns?
I am familiar with majority of guns. I'm not saying I'm a gun person, but I know how to make them safe. I've seen most guns use pretty similar ammunition, and this is not one of those guns.
And in the course of your training experience of being an evidence technician, do you come across projectiles at crime scenes that you have to photograph and collect and things like that?
Projectiles are extremely important on crime scenes. Projectiles can lead a bullet, or a projectile being a bullet that's expelled from the shell casing. That can lead back to a gun, which can lead back to a suspect.
And we have experts that will be coming later, but just based on your first glance of this, you thought it was an unusual type projectile.
I originally did not know what that was.
And then fast forwarding to number 36, stage 36. What are we looking at here?
That is blood in the car and up near the steering wheel. There is a bullet strike.
Okay, so the red, what you've just circled is a bullet strike. If you could go now and circle where you see blood.
Down here is where I'm seeing the blood in the car.
And that's obviously on the inside where the gear shift is and away from the door.
That is, yes, that is the center console. It would be where the driver's right side would be.
And then I guess we can go back to stage 36. Excuse me. 34. Do we also see some blood here?
Yes, there was obviously there's blood here, and there was blood, I believe, that was kind of up in this area here, but there definitely was blood along this B pillar / door frame.
As a sergeant in Jacksonville Beach, were you the lead investigator or did other detectives take control of the investigation?
I was not the lead investigator. I was the lead investigator is going to be part of our GIU unit. They're the ones that take over. I supervised. I was not the lead CSI either. I supervised the unit, the CSI unit, as kind of a support role for them. Extra eyes, a little more. Just basically in a supportive way to help them get their job done. Worrying about things about search warrants and the importance of certain evidence.
So just because you've been doing it for a long time, you kind of helped out and watched out, but you were not the lead investigator.
I was not the lead investigator on this time.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
You told the jury just how dark it was at the sanctuary where this homicide occurred. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a really short distance between where that dark road starts and JTB starts, correct?
Yes, I would equivalent to about two blocks, 2 city blocks.
And although Jack's Beach isn't huge, relatively, that's a very small part of Jack's Beach.
Yes.
And you being a law enforcement officer in Jack's Beach, as long as you have, you know that it's not dark everywhere in Jack's Beach, correct?
No, this is definitely probably the darkest area in Jacksonville.
Sure. But as soon as you leave that area, you get into residential neighborhoods that have streetlights.
Either you get onto J. Turner Butler Boulevard, or you get into a residential area with street lights. Yes.
Right. And if you, let's say you go to JTB, of course, that has streetlights.
Yes, sir.
And if you go toward where the shopping center is on the back road, like Nor Grande, there's
Jacksonville Drive.
Yeah, Jack's Drive leads you right to 15th Street, right? The road that goes from Jack's Beach all the way up toward the police station.
That's gonna be South Beach Parkway, which turns into 9th Street.
Okay. South Beach Parkway, where the hardware store is, and all those businesses.
That would be Marsh Landing Parkway, South Beach Parkway.
And that's all
J. Turner Butler, those are all kind of in the same area. They kind of intersect in the same area there.
But my point is, it's all well lit in that area.
Oh yes, it's all well lit.
Going all the way up toward the police station.
I would say yes. The lights are amber lights. I say not well lit, but amber lit, and you can understand the lights are. I mean, it's not like this, but there's definitely lighting.
And there's sidewalks where people are walking up and down all the way up to the police station.
Yes.
And there's parks that you pass.
Yes, there's a park, South Beach Park.
So when you talk about just how dark it was that night at that time, you were talking about just a very, very small part of Jack's Beach that was so dark you couldn't see the hood.
Very small area of Jack's Beach that is consistently dark.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He's excused for now. He is subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Sergeant, do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just stay in contact with the attorneys, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just briefly approach without the court reporter.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Remember, I told you had to break about every hour, so we've been going for about an hour. So let's call this 2:10, and we'll come back at 2:25, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair. See you in just a moment. All right, thank you. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Anything that we need to take up from either side? Okay, the court will be in recess. Actually, Mr. Holman, tell him we'll come back at 2:30. Okay, all right, we'll come back at 2:30. Thank you. If it matters, it was the understanding of the parties that the rule had been invoked. Is that correct from both sides? Are you invoking the rule? That's what I'm asking. I'm not.
We would invoke the rule, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Right, Marcy's Law. Okay, thanks. We're in recess. can just have that back. They can have it back. You can, I'm giving you the defense exhibit back. I was starting to highlight the ones that were composite. That's the only thing I did to it. So you can have it back. Do you have one or no? Okay. Okay. Give me just a second. Mr. Dreiser, I think that you do probably need a clean copy. I did highlight something on there. At some point, you want to replace it, okay? All right, are both sides ready to proceed? Okay. All right, Mr. Holman, if you could get the jurors. Is the defense ready as well? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler, and call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kirsten Bridegan.
Kirsten Bridegan, please. All right, good afternoon. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, if you make your way to the witness stand, watch your step. There's an incline. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bridegan.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to our jury?
My name is Kirsten Bridegan.
Ms. Bridegan, are you the widow of the deceased victim in this case, Jared Bridegan?
I am.
I'm going to start with a couple questions into your background, okay? Where are you originally from?
I was born in California, but raised most of my life in the Seattle, Washington area.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree.
What brought you to Jacksonville, Florida?
Jared, we had met on a dating app when I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina. And when we decided to get married, I moved down here to be with him and the kids.
Let's a little bit more information about that. What year did you meet Jared Bridegan?
Early 2017,
And at the time you were living in Charlotte,
I was.
and you all developed a relationship. Tell the jury very briefly how it was you came to get married and end up here in Jacksonville.
So like I said, we met on a dating app, and then he drove 7 hours up to Charlotte to take me on a first date. We spent basically an entire day together on that first date until he drove home, and then we just kept doing long distance and FaceTiming and until we decided to get engaged and then get married later that year.
When you met him, did you know that he had previously been married?
I did.
And did you know that he had children from that marriage?
I did.
Before you got married, did you have the chance to meet them and get to know them?
I did. We spent a lot of time after he and I had kind of established a relationship, spending time with his kids to make sure that that would be a good fit for all of us.
So after you and Jared were married, you moved here to Jacksonville, Florida. And where in Jacksonville did you live?
We moved into a home in Nocatee that he had already owned when we got married, and then we later moved a few minutes down the road just outside of Nocatee.
And did you have children with Mr. Bridegan?
I did. We had two daughters.
And what are their names and ages?
Bexley Bridegan, who is currently 7, and London Bridegan, who just turned 5.
I want to ask you a little bit about the time leading up to your husband's death. Specifically, I want to ask you about your co-parenting relationship with Shanna Gardner and a man named Mario Fernandez, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez?
I do.
When you walked into court today, did you see Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
Can you identify him for the record by where he's sitting and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He is sitting to the right of me wearing a gray suit and a reddish tie.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
When you first married Jared, was he still involved in litigation from his divorce and leading into child custody issues with Ms. Gardner?
Yes, they were arguing, I believe, about child support around the time of our wedding.
And when did you get married?
In October 2017.
At the time you got married, was Ms. Gardner married to Mario Fernandez?
She was not.
And had you ever met Mario Fernandez before then?
I had not.
At some point, did Ms. Gardner marry Mr. Fernandez, to your knowledge?
Yes, I remember we got a text while in church letting us know that they were married now.
Can you explain to the jury, from the time that you and Jared got married up until his death, what your agreement was with Ms. Gardner regarding sharing custody of Jared's children?
So we had 50-50 custody. So it was every other week, 1 week with us, 1 week with her and him. And then there was a date night once a week on the off week. So if we didn't have the children, we'd have a date night with them. And if we had the children, then Shanna and Mario would have a date night with them on that week.
The jury is going to get the opportunity to look at the filings from the family law case. Were you involved in any of the litigation between Mr. Bridegan and Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, I don't think I was named in most of them, but we did work together on all of that.
What types of issues were your family litigating with Ms. Gardner in regards to the children?
It's all sorts of things. It was where they went to school after Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez moved addresses. It was who would pay for medical expenses, especially an oxygen machine that my stepson needed for his health. There was a lot of things that were litigated.
Could you describe what the co-parenting relationship was like between the four of you? Would you consider it civil, amicable, petty?
It was pretty terrible.
What do you mean by that?
There's absolutely no trust. So everything was in writing, text, email. We did not speak in person, like at school events, didn't do phone calls. We felt that everything needed to be in writing so that it could be shown, like there was no miscommunication there.
Was any of that reflected or would be reflected in the court docket for the family law case?
It could be.
How were you hearing about, or where was the information coming from that was letting you know that there were problems with the children going back and forth between the homes?
Emails, texts, just not agreeing on things, then it ended up in court quite a few times.
Did you and Jared ever talk to the children about any of these issues with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
We tried our hardest not to. Sometimes they would bring up things to us that they had told us had been spoken to by the other side, and we would address it. But we tried to keep that stress off of their shoulders.
But were there times when you and Mr. Bridegan had discussions with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, back and forth, vice versa, whichever, of the children telling them something about you all, or you all hearing something from them about them from the children?
Yes, many times.
And you mentioned that everything was in writing. Did you or Mr. Bridegan speak with Ms. Gardner or Mr. Fernandez in person or by phone, or was everything in writing?
There might have been, just casual remarks at a doctor's office or a school event, but we really tried not to have verbal communication.
When you went to school events, describe for the jury how that interaction was between yourself and Mr. Bridegan and Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner.
When it was something where all four of us were at, it was very tense. You could just feel the tension. Jared, he would kind of retreat into himself and be quiet and not want to make eye contact. So it's not a comfortable experience ever.
Were you all able to co-parent such that you could attend parent-teacher conferences together, doctor's appointments together, school events together?
We tried our best not to. We had separate parent-teacher conferences. There would be doctor's appointments where we were there, dentist appointments when they would come to just be there when it was on our week. There was one specific doctor's appointment for our stepson where they were going over details of some medication, where all four of us were there to make sure we're on the same page as far as his care. But typically we tried to keep those separate.
Was there ever a point in time where the co-parenting relationship was improved or better, or was it generally always tense and difficult?
There were little moments here and there where it's kind of oddly calm, like just kind of waiting for something else to drop. But I would say the vast majority was pretty tense.
When you had your own children, starting with Bexley and then London, did that cause any kind of improvement or difference in the relationship with your co-parents?
I personally felt that it made it worse. I felt like after that, the things that my stepkids would come home saying, it kind of intensified as far as the negativity they were hearing.
And to be fair, some of that negativity was also coming from your side towards them.
Yeah, we did not like each other.
Tell me about you mentioned the custody agreement. Was that something that everybody was on board for, 50-50 custody?
No. There was one specific thing that was a pretty contentious point where Shanna had wanted to allow overnights with step parents, specifically Mr. Fernandez, without her present, and we just were not comfortable with that and fought back really hard. Even saying I will not get alone overnights with the kids to make sure that he doesn't get overnights with the kids. And that was a big one that we fought over time and time again.
Before his death, were you and Jared interested in or attempting to increase your share of custody of the twins?
We were not.
To your knowledge, were you involved in any litigation, or did you have any indication that Ms. Gardner was attempting to get more share of custody of the twins?
There were some things that my stepdaughter had told us that
Response.
I can rephrase it.
Okay.
Without saying what your stepchildren told you, did you and Mr. Bridegan speak with an attorney or take any steps based on an indication that you might have to fight a claim for more custody on the part of Ms. Gardner?
Let me see you at sidebar. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Bridegan, you can answer the question. Let me re-ask it. Without saying what the children talked to you about or your conversations leading up to Jared's death, were you and Jared making arrangements and preparations for a potential, I won't say battle, but litigation regarding a custody claim by Ms. Gardner?
We were.
That includes speaking to your family law attorneys,
Yes.
gathering documentation.
Yes.
Leading up to Jared's death, were you also making arrangements for Jared's daughter, your stepdaughter, to be baptized in the Mormon Church?
Yes, she had expressed a desire to do so.
And did you and Jared, were you practicing members of the Mormon Church before his death?
We were.
And were you taking her to services, or is that what you call them, services?
Yes. Yeah, we were.
Okay. And were you helping her prepare for the baptism, making sure that she had the appropriate outfit, the appropriate classes or training or whatever it was she needed to do in order to get baptized?
We were. In our church, children are usually baptized at the age of 8, and she was 9. And we just wanted to make sure she knew what that meant, what a baptism means, what it means to make that decision for her life. So yes, we were talking about it at home. She was receiving what they call lessons, like just going over, the beliefs and everything. And she and I had talked about picking out a dress. And then she actually ended up going shopping for one with her mom.
And did you and Jared have, without saying what it was, correspondence regarding her decision to be baptized?
Between the two of us?
Between yourself and Jared and Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
Was there back and forth between the two sets of co-parents regarding her decision to be baptized?
Yes, there was.
And do you remember how close in time before Jared's death that back and forth correspondence was between yourself and Mr. Bridegan and Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
I believe it was the month or two leading up to his death.
I want to ask you, go back to date night.
Okay.
Was date night something that you all agreed on in writing?
Yeah, it was part of the parenting plan.
And what was the schedule for date night?
So it was Wednesday nights on the week that the parent A didn't have the child, then parent A would get Wednesday night, date night. And it was always Wednesday evenings. The time itself shifted slightly, like a few months before Jared died because of, am I allowed to say names or just Deb?
Since we're talking about minor children, for purposes of the record, you can refer to them by their initials. So I'll ask you that. Jared's children with Ms. Gardner, are male and female children. We're going to call them AB and LB. Are those their initials?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the time shifted slightly because AB was now in a different gymnastics schedule.
Where did she do her gymnastics?
At a facility just a few minutes down the road from our home.
In Nocatee?
Just outside of Nocatee.
How long had date night been a regular routine between the co-parents, parents A and parents B?
I believe the entire time of my marriage to Jared, and I believe since the divorce.
So several years.
Yes.
And was it always Wednesdays in the evening?
Yeah, as far as I can recall, it was always Wednesdays.
Did you participate in date night?
I did up until the birth of our second daughter, and then postpartum baby sleep schedule, it just made it a little bit difficult. And so Jared would take our daughter Bexley with him on date nights with the twins.
And you mentioned the birth of your second daughter. When was your second daughter born?
In August of 2021.
And so in the months leading up to Jared's death in February of 2022, were you attending date night?
I was not.
Did Bexley go with Jared to every date night?
Yes.
I want to talk about February 16th, 2022. Was that a date night?
It was.
And how did you all make the plans for what you would do on date night? Did you coordinate with the other parents, or did you just pick up the kids and do what you all wanted to do with them?
Yeah, typically there wasn't any coordination. It was just, this is the time you pick them up, you do whatever you want to do, and then the drop-off time was the same.
For date night, how did the drop off and pickup work? Did you go ring the doorbell, hand the
No.
children off?
No, we typically just pull up to the driveway of the other home, text here, and the kids would run out and get in the car, and then drop off. You pull up and just make sure the kids get inside.
And that was vice versa, both sides is how it worked.
Yes.
And you said text. Did you have a group text with yourself, Mr. Bridegan, Ms. Gardner, and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
And is that where all the written communication regarding the kids happened?
That and email.
So on February 16th, 2022, what had you been doing the day leading up to that evening's date night?
I believe I had taken our two youngest to the store. We had done some chalk outside on the sidewalk. It's just a pretty average day. Jared had been working from home, so he was inside most of the time. Yeah, that's as much as I can remember right now.
And that evening, did Mr. Bridegan leave your residence in Nocatee to go to the scheduled date night?
Yes, he did.
Was there any change in the schedule that night in particular?
No. Mm-mm.
What vehicle did he drive to date night?
We had two vehicles. He typically drove well, I want to say always, but there might have been a time he didn't, but typically it was the black Volkswagen Atlas we had.
And what other type of vehicle did you have?
We had a Chevy Suburban.
And who normally drove the Suburban?
Whoever had all of the kids. So that was our big family car, but when we didn't have everybody in the car, we drove the Atlas.
And when he went on date night, did Jared typically take that Atlas?
Yes.
So when Jared left for date night, what did you do that evening?
I was at home. I put our daughter London to bed. My parents were over that night. We were watching some sort of show after she was in bed. Just normal evening at home.
Did you have any communication with your husband that night while he was at date night?
I did, and AB was also texting me from his phone during date night.
Did you know where they were going to eat dinner that night?
I believe AB told me.
While she was there, she let you know what restaurant they were at?
Yeah, I believe so.
But you did not know prior to Jared leaving what their plans were that evening?
No, he didn't typically make plans ahead of time.
So it's just spur of the moment, what he was feeling like?
Yeah.
Did you know what time he picked the children up based on that group text that you shared with Mr. Bridegan, Mr. Fernandez, and Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, there would have been a here text in that group chat.
And while you were getting texts from Mr. Bridegan and from AB, was there anything unusual in their communications that caused you to be nervous or upset or think something was wrong prior to the actual homicide?
Not at all.
Did anything to you seem out of the ordinary for a typical date night?
No.
And at some point, did you actually call and speak to your husband that evening?
Yeah, so I was on the phone with my brother, and Jared called me, and I three-way merged it. We chatted for a little bit, and then my brother hung up to let Jared and I talk. And I remember Bexley telling me, "Mommy, we got ice cream."
So just to pause you right there.
Yeah.
When he called you, do you remember what time of night it was?
It was after it was after 7:45 when he would have dropped the twins off at their mom's house.
And was there anybody else that you could hear in the car besides Jared Bridegan and your daughter Bexley?
No.
Were you on speakerphone?
Car phone, yes.
And just normal conversation. Was anything about that conversation unusual to you? Did Jared seem upset? Did he seem fearful? Had you have any indication that something happened out of the ordinary that date night?
No, everything seemed fine. Bexley seemed happy. She got ice cream, like everything seemed normal.
And during the conversation, tell us how the conversation ended without necessarily saying what was said. How did you get off the phone with Jared?
It was strange. And I remember feeling like it was strange because after I was like, all right, well, love you, we'll see you soon. he was just quiet. And I was like, okay, it was kind of weird, and hung up, but it was like a pause and just quiet at the end.
Do you remember what time around you got off the phone with him?
I mean, it's somewhere in between like 7:45 and 7:52, maybe.
And he had already dropped the children, your stepchildren off, and was heading home, presumably to Nocatee. You were expecting him to show up.
Yeah, he had said he was coming home.
Okay, so describe for the jury when you realized that something was not quite right.
Well, I was sitting on the couch with my parents, watching a show, and then, I'd already talked to Jared. He was on his way home. And then the time when he would usually be back passed, and I, didn't think much of it. It's like, okay, maybe hit traffic or something. And then it got a little bit later, and that's when I just had this just feel.
Did you try reaching out to him by texting him or calling him?
Yeah, I texted and called him.
Did he answer or respond?
He did not.
And what did you start doing then?
I kept calling him, and I would give it a little bit. And I remember telling my parents, like, something's wrong. And they were trying to reassure me, like, it was probably fine. And I kept calling, and eventually I looked on my phone, like, was there an accident? Like, is there any news report of anything that would have caused him to delay? And I couldn't find anything. Yeah.
So what did you do then?
So then I got in the car. My mom came with me. My dad stayed at the house because our daughter was asleep. And I just decided I was just going to start driving towards the beach where he would have been to see if I could see an accident or anything and find out where they're at.
Were you continuing to call him while you were driving from your home in Nocatee to Jacksonville Beach?
I was calling him from my car phone the entire drive.
Did somebody eventually answer?
Yeah.
Was it Jared?
No.
Was that person a police officer?
Yes, it was.
And after you spoke to that police officer, where did you drive to?
They told me to come to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and that's where I drove to.
When you arrived at the police department, did somebody advise you that your husband had been shot and killed on Sanctuary?
No, it was actually quite frustrating because they wouldn't tell me anything. I saw my daughter and she was okay, but I asked over and over and over, and they would not tell me anything. They just kept asking me questions.
Did the police interview you, so to speak? Did they ask you questions about your background, Jared's background, his plans that night?
Yep, they asked me what he was wearing, if he had any tattoos. They asked me a lot of questions. I just remember just getting very frustrated that they were asking me things and not answering anything that I was asking of them.
Eventually, were you notified that night that your husband had died?
I was.
And that not only had died, but had been killed?
Yes, I was told that he had been shot.
Did the police give you any information about evidence or leads or suspects that evening?
No, not at all.
Did they ask you any questions about what you thought could have happened that evening?
I don't recall them asking me that, but I offered up my own ideas of just my gut instinct, but I don't remember them asking me. I don't recall if they asked me that night.
When you say you offered up, did you direct them to potentially investigate specific individuals?
I did.
And who were those individuals?
Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner.
During your marriage with, and I'm going to circle back to that in a moment. We're going to get to how it is you came to offer that information. During your marriage with Mr. Bridegan, did you know him to have any long-standing disputes with any individuals? Did you guys have problems with your neighbors, with trees growing into your yard, or somebody from your past that caused you problems that you were in contact with, anything like that?
No, none. Jared was the neighbor that would loan his tools or help with the project. Like, we had no issues with any neighbors, anyone that I knew of.
Did Jared have a large circle of friends?
No.
Was Jared close with his family and talked to them frequently?
In comparison to how much I talk to my family, I would say no. But
I feel like that's par for the course with husbands versus wives.
yeah, but he did. He loved his family.
Did Jared have any hobbies that were dangerous, like skydiving or going to Vegas and gambling, driving race cars?
No,
Did he go out of town frequently?
not unless it was a family trip.
Did he travel without you often?
No, I don't think I can recall a trip that he went on without me.
Where was he working at the time of his death?
He was working for Microsoft.
And how long had he held that job?
I believe he started there October 2021, or it was late 2021.
Where did he work before that?
He worked for Clean Simple Eats.
And what is that?
That's a health and nutrition company, like protein products, macros, meal plans type of company.
Were you working at the time of Jared's death?
No, I had resigned from my corporate job just a few weeks prior.
And was that for any particular reason?
We were comfortable on his salary, and I felt strongly about being home with our 2 young children.
Were you all in any kind of significant financial trouble or debt?
No, we were doing really well, thankfully.
Did you know Jared to use drugs or drink alcohol to excess?
No, he just really liked Coke Zero.
And you and Jared, were you actively involved in your church?
We were.
And did you bring AB and LB and your daughters with you when you went to church, if you had them that
We
week?
did, yeah.
To your knowledge, were Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez involved in the Mormon church or any church, really?
No, they were not.
Ms. Gardner at one point had been a member of the Mormon church. Is that true?
That's accurate.
And did you and Jared have any kind of difficulties in regards to religion and AB and LB with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
Was the baptism one of those difficulties?
I mean, there was a little bit of disagreement on a couple of details, but we had a conversation where we were just like, this kind of strange how calm and agreeable they were to allowing her to be baptized like that. It was very strange to us.
Did AB ever get baptized?
She did not.
We went down that route with Jared and his job at Microsoft. Do you know if he had any conflicts at work or litigation at work or HR complaints he was going through?
No, in fact, after his death, his boss and people that he managed reached out and offered condolences. They came to his funeral. Like, there was no.
Did he work at an office or did he work from home?
He worked from home.
So on the night that this happened, the police were asking questions about his background. Did you offer some of this information that evening and in the days following?
Yes, I gave him as much as I could.
Did they, in the days following Jared's death, come to your house and ask to look at your firearms and your electronic devices?
Yes, I even asked a friend to come over and help me make sure I found all of that and could give it to them in a timely manner. So yeah, they were at my house a few times.
Did they take Jared's cell phone and his laptop and his work laptop and hard drive and whatever devices that you could identify as belonging to him?
Yeah, they had the cell phone from that night. I never gave that to them. They already had it, but his work laptop, old computers that we had, hard drives that I found, I gave it all over.
Did you provide them with a list of passwords that you knew Jared to use?
Any and all passwords or passcodes that I knew of, I gave to them.
Did they ask at some point to rip the infotainment system out of Jared's car to see if they could get anything off of that?
Yes, they asked me to sign a release for that, and I did.
I'm gonna go through a couple photographs with you. Let me find my evidence number. I'm actually going to show you two photographs. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
First one I'm going to show you has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 62. It's on your screen there. And this is a photograph as well. Is this your husband, Jared Bridegan?
It is.
And then I'm going to show you another photograph. This has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 65. Is this your husband?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 207 on your screen. Can you take a look for me, Mrs. Bridegan? Who are the individuals in this photograph?
It's Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez.
I'm showing you a photograph that's been marked and entered into evidence. This is an individual by the name of Henry Tenon, State's Exhibit 200. Do you recognize this person?
Only from when he was arrested.
And I'm sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Prior to your involvement, prior to Mr. Tenon's arrest in this case, prior to Jared's death, had you ever seen this person before?
No.
Had you ever been to an address at 5239 Potomac Avenue in Northwest Jacksonville, Florida?
No.
Had you and Jared ever had any work done on your home in Nocatee, like landscaping, tile work, roofing, or anything doing with pallets?
No.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 135. Other than in regards to this case, prior to your husband's death, had you ever seen this vehicle before?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever had work done at your house or someone visit you at your home that had a vehicle similar to this one?
No.
And prior to this case, did the name Henry Tenon mean anything to you?
No.
Did you and Jared ever contract with anyone named Henry Tenon? Did you know Jared to have a Henry Tenon in his phone contacts, his email contacts, or to have ever mentioned anyone by the name of Henry Tenon?
No.
Mrs. Bridegan, if you could look on the screen here, I'm drawing your attention to a blue flag. I'm going to circle it down here on Cumberland Park Road. This is purported to belong to a location called Elite Gymnastics. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, that's where AB took gymnastics classes.
And this is State's Exhibit 182. So this is the gymnastics studio where AB attended gymnastics?
Yes,
This is the one that's a couple minutes from your residence.
it is.
I'll show you another photograph on State's Exhibit 182. And I have the address blacked out here for purposes of, since we're broadcasting this, but we have a blue flag. And this is here on Fresnel Street. Does that area look familiar to you? Or do you know what that is depicting?
Fresnel Lane, yeah, it's our.
Sorry, Fresnel
home.
Lane.
Yeah,
And what is that flag depicting?
our home.
Your home that you shared with Mr. Bridegan prior to his death?
Yes,
Do you still live in that home today?
we do.
I'm going to show you a still shot from a video that's marked and entered as State's Exhibit 1.
Brooksy?
Do you recognize the child in that video?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Bexley, my daughter.
I'm going to show you a portion of a video that's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. This is the Jacksonville Beach Police Station. This is State's Exhibit 91, and I'm playing it at 37 minutes and 27 seconds. The timestamp is February 16th, 9:15 p.m. I'll play it for you, and I want to ask you if you recognize a vehicle in a moment, okay? Mrs. Bridegan, while we're watching this, we see a figure walking across the screen at 37 minutes, 47 seconds into the video. Do you recognize that person?
No,
And at 38 minutes, 29 seconds, we see a vehicle, and I've circled it here on my screen. Do you recognize that vehicle?
yeah, I do.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's our Suburban.
And who's driving it?
I am.
And was that when you came to the Jacksonville Beach Police Station after they called you? Or after they answered the call?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 35, do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is this picture of?
the inside of our Volkswagen Atlas.
And is this car seat here that I circled, the car seat that belonged to Bexley, or the one that you used for her?
Yes, it is.
And we see here in the other part of the screen, I've circled, what is that?
That was the base for our infant carrier that London's car seat would snap into.
Mrs. Bridegan, did you remain in contact with investigators during the course of the investigation into this case?
I did.
And were you passing along information and tips that you'd heard from members of the public that you thought could help them solve this case?
Yes, as much as I could.
Mrs. Bridegan, since your husband's death, have you been able to have contact with your stepchildren, A, B, and LB?
Very limited.
Do you know where they're currently living?
Yes,
Where's that?
in Washington State.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Bridegan. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
May I stay here? Or would you like me to move to the podium?
Is it going to be brief?
I think so.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bridegan.
Good afternoon.
Sorry that you have to be here, okay?
Thank you.
I just have a few questions for you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned during your direct examination that you thought that, or you were possibly preparing for litigation for whatever reason in and around the time of the homicide. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
The defense in this case, in Exhibit 1A, has put in the entire St. Johns County Family Law Court docket. Do you know what a family law court docket is?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Sure. So throughout being part of this litigation, you know that when you file a motion or when you have a consent order, it all gets put on the family law court docket, right?
Right.
And when, are you familiar when the case was closed?
After Jared was murdered, I'm assuming.
Well, after Jared was murdered, there was a suggestion of death, which is what lawyers do to say that one party is no longer with us. But before that, your case was closed, or meaning the case of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan. Did you know that it was closed?
I don't think it's ever really closed because you can just file a motion and it starts it all up again.
It can start up again, but then they close it when you're done.
For
Would you like
that
to look
point in
at the
time,
docket? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you look at October 12th of 2021, where it says that a consent order was reached and the case was closed?
hurry this line. There's like a couple of them. Are you doing this one?
Yes, ma'am. The ones you were pointing to are later dates. I'm asking you on 10/12/2021, it suggests that a reopened case is now closed, right?
Yes, there's a couple of entries like that.
Right. Meaning in October of 2021, the family law case was closed.
It says reopened case closed, yes.
Right. Because it was reopened when Miss Gardner filed, and what's also in evidence, a mother's motion for declaratory relief. That was right below the line, correct?
I would have to, sorry, I was looking at just that line.
So we're clear. Mother filed a motion, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then right above that, the parties came to an agreement, a consent order, right?
yes,
And then the case is closed.
yes,
And that's October of 2021.
yes.
Thank you. I'm not going to be asking you very many questions, so I want to skip around. But one of the things that I thought would be important for the jury to know is that after your husband passed, the next day, did Miss Gardner invite you over into her home so that you could be present when she delivered the news to Mr. Bridegan?
She did not. I asked to be there.
Okay. And when you asked, she said yes.
That's correct.
Okay. So it came from your suggestion that you wanted to be there.
I wanted someone who loved Jared and the kids to be present when his children were informed of his murder, yes.
And they had no objection to that.
No,
And you went to the home where Miss Gardner was in Jack's Beach at Marshall Inlet, correct?
I did.
And Mr. Fernandez was there?
He was.
Miss Gardner was there?
She was.
And you were there?
I was.
Did you bring someone with you?
I brought my dad.
And you all delivered the news together, correct?
I was present while Shanna delivered the news.
Sure.
Yes.
As you requested.
Yes.
And then lastly, Ms. Bridegan, you had suggested to the jury that on the night of the homicide, you were asked questions by law enforcement, correct?
Yes,
Right. And to your knowledge, I think you know now, none of that was recorded, correct?
I take your word for it. I don't know if it was being or not.
Okay. I appreciate you taking my word for it. It wasn't recorded.
Okay.
But you did tell them in so many words, you may want to look at Shanna Gardner or Mario Fernandez.
Yeah, I believe I said something along those lines that only people I knew had a problem with him were those two.
But you also told them that there was no violence or threats of violence that you could articulate or that you were aware of.
I don't recall if I said that night.
If you looked at a report from the police, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, definitely.
Hold on one second. Maybe an easier way, instead of waiting to find that report, Ms. Bridegan, you didn't articulate to them that you had been threatened by Mr. Fernandez.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell them that Shanna Gardner had threatened you or your husband, right?
Oh, no, I did not.
And that's because you had no information that they had threatened you or they had done anything violent to you or Jared Bridegan up until that night.
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Ron?
Yes.
And my last question is, when you were looking at States 91, which was a video of you pulling into the Jacks Beach police station,
Mm-hmm.
you remember that video from a few moments ago?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And it's in evidence. They asked you who was driving. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
And you said that you were.
but I was.
Right.
Yes.
But when you look through the window of your vehicle, you can see there were two people in the car, correct?
Yes.
It was you in the driver's seat, and then it was a family member, I think your father in the passenger, your mother?
It was my mom.
I'm sorry, your mother was in the passenger seat. And you acknowledged that when looking at that video, you could see two people in the vehicle.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Great. Thank you. Any redirect?
Mrs. Bridegan, this is going to be quick. Mr. Dreiser just showed you a clerk of court's record, Defense Exhibit 1A. And he showed you a portion where the case was closed because someone had filed a filing that Jared had died. Did you file that?
I did not.
Did Ms. Gardner file it?
I believe so.
In order to file that, did Ms. Gardner reach out to you to request that you give her a copy of Jared Bridegan's death certificate?
She did.
How soon after his death did she request that?
I want to say within the first 2 weeks. It's very soon.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused. All right. Thank you, Ms. Bridegan.
Thank you.
I was gonna, is the next witness quick or,
It's the medical examiner, so it's.
all right, I'm gonna take, members of the jury, I'm gonna take 10 minutes. We've been going for about an hour, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair. It'll be a quicker break, okay? While the jury's, Ms. Medina, do you want to waive your client's appearance or do you want her here? Okay. Please put a note not to bring Ms. Gardner. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Everyone may be seated. All right, Mr. Mizrahi.
Dr. Peter Gillespie.
Dr. Peter Gillespie, please. Good afternoon, doctor. If you could walk all the way forward. Sir, if you raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Doctor, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, thank you. This way. Watch your step, doctor, okay? You may proceed.
May it please the court. Doctor, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, just give me 1 second to get a glass of water. Whenever you are.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My name is Peter Gillespie. I'm a medical doctor, currently employed as an associate medical examiner in the District 4 Medical Examiner's Office here in Jacksonville.
How long have you been so employed?
Here in Jacksonville for a little bit over 12 years.
How long have you worked in various medical examiner offices?
25 years this year.
What is a medical examiner, and kind of explain to the jury how the whole system works?
Sure. A medical examiner under our system is someone who's tasked with determining the cause and manner of death, usually in a government organization of some kind. Sometimes it's at the state level, sometimes at the county or the judicial district level, as it is here in Florida. We're tasked with doing autopsies, determine cause and manner of death, as well as testifying cases, do some teaching of associated medical professionals and the public.
Is the medical examiner's office a law enforcement agency?
No, it is an independent agency.
And so do you work for the sheriff's office or the state attorney's office or the courts or anything like that?
No, I do not.
And are you an associate medical examiner?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
How does the chief medical examiner get appointed?
That's an appointed position, usually by the state attorney or by an elected, a selection committee nominated by that person.
Okay. So ultimately, the medical examiner hires associates to conduct these autopsies.
That's correct.
And you are a medical doctor.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what training and, more importantly, education that you have that allows you to come to courts like this and testify.
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from UMass Boston in biology. Following that, I did 4 years at a medical school, so I am a medical doctor. Following that, I did 5 years of combined general pathology training at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center in New Hampshire. And following that, I did 1 year of specialized forensic pathology fellowship training at the medical examiner's office in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And so when did you start working as a medical examiner?
I started working as a medical examiner in the summer of 2001.
So you've been doing it for a long time.
Well, 25 years seems like a long time, but
So explain to the jury, you are licensed to practice medicine, correct?
yes, I have an unrestricted license to practice medicine here in the state of Florida.
Explain to the jury what pathology is.
Pathology is the general study of the diseases that affect humans.
And so you have a specialty in that arena.
I do.
And what is forensics?
Forensics as forensic pathology takes those principles as well as some additional training involving injuries to try to apply those principles to more legal issues than a general pathologist would normally deal with.
And so you are a forensic pathologist.
Yes, I am.
As a medical examiner, what are you trying to determine?
We try to determine the cause and manner of death. Now, the cause of death is, those are two separate things. The cause of death is the immediate or proximate disease process or injury or combination that leads to someone's death. The manner of death is a general classification of the kind or the type of death. So for instance, that might be a natural death or an accident or a suicide or a homicide, or sometimes in a very small number of cases, we cannot determine that, and those remain unclassified or undetermined.
So the cause of death, can you give an example of a cause of death?
Well, a cause of death could be coronary artery disease. It could be multiple blood traumatic injuries in a car crash. It could be a result of violence like gunshot wounds or stab wounds. So that is a much more specific thing than the manner of death.
In the manner, you gave 5 examples. Are those the 5 manners of death that are accepted in your field?
Yes, here in Florida. Some other states have an additional one which involves the effects of medical intervention, but we in Florida do not have that.
So have you been allowed to give your opinion in your field of forensic pathology as to cause and manner of death?
I have here in Florida as well as in the state of Rhode Island where I worked for a short period of time.
Approximately how many times have you done so?
I never kept an exact count. I would say probably 100 times, give or take a little bit.
All right, this time I would tender for voir dire and additional questioning, as this witness is an expertise in forensic pathology and his ability to give his opinion in that field.
Any questions? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to turn your attention to medical examiner number 22-441. Do you have your medical record with you?
I do.
If you need to refer to it, just let us know that you're doing that. Have you had the occasion to refer to that medical record before testifying here today?
I did. I reviewed the medical record as well as the scene photographs and the photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
So when we talk about medical record number, medical examiner number 22-441, what does that stand for?
That stands for basically everything associated with this specific case. Every individual case that our office takes jurisdiction over is assigned a specific, unique number just to that case. So for instance, the autopsy report, the toxicology report, the photographs would all be classified and organized under that specific number.
And so in reviewing that autopsy, this time, before we get into it, Your Honor, I think the parties are stipulating that the autopsy of 22-441 was performed upon Jared Bridegan, the named victim in the indictment.
Is that correct? All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So do you conduct an autopsy in the vast majority of your cases?
I would say probably in 80 to 90% of the cases which we take jurisdiction over, we do full autopsies, yes.
And just, I guess we could have gotten this in the preliminary questions. If a person has a deadly cancer and they're under the treatment of a doctor and they end up dying as a result of that cancer, does that case come to the medical examiner?
Those cases generally do not come to the medical examiner's office. It doesn't really meet the statutory guidelines set out here in Florida. And their doctor or doctors usually know the cause and manner of death because they've been treating them for a long time for a known potentially lethal disease.
So what types of cases do you normally get?
We take cases that involve accidents like traffic accidents or drug overdoses. All suicides fall under our jurisdiction. Natural cases for when someone does not have an attending physician, and as well as all cases of homicidal violence, regardless of how that's actually done, those become our cases.
Is a general category sudden and unexplained deaths?
Sudden unexplained deaths or unusual circumstances, yes, those become our responsibility.
So what is an autopsy? Could you explain that to the jury?
Certainly, an autopsy is an examination of the body, beginning on the outside of the body and working our way inside, as well as examining all the internal organs for signs of disease or trauma, and looking at tissue under the microscope, and when appropriate, submitting toxicology specimens that we draw at the time of the autopsy.
As part of your examination and rendering your ultimate opinion, take into account the autopsy as well as scene factors from the scene and how the body is recovered.
It is actually, we are allowed to use not only the autopsy findings, but any kind of additional information which may be generated, like hospital records or police reports, fire rescue reports, reports of the scene circumstances. We're allowed to use all that information to draw our final conclusions.
In some cases, your conclusions are very, I won't say difficult, but more labor intensive than others. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And sometimes it's as simple as gunshot wounds.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's what we have in this case, but I still want to spend some time going over it. When the body comes into your office, does it come in as is? In other words, do you try your best to take it in its natural state, the body's natural state from the scene before you begin your examination?
Yes, the body is brought in as is. So, for instance, if a person is clothed, the clothing remains on the body. The only unusual procedure we do with homicides, if they are at the scene, we place bags over their hands in an attempt to preserve any evidentiary material that might be on the hands. But they are brought in as is, and actually they are photographed as is before I even begin my examination.
So you mentioned something interesting that we can talk about with the jury. Is part of your duties as an associate medical examiner to collect evidence for potential law enforcement investigation?
It is.
And why is that? Why do y'all do that?
Well, one kind of evidence, especially if people have actually physically interacted, there may be DNA transfer between people, especially under fingernails, if it's a physical fight or someone's defending themselves. So we do collect that evidence. Other types of evidence that actually is inside the body, like intact projectiles or projectile fragments, we are also tasked with recovering those. So yes, anything of evidentiary value, even including the clothing, we do collect and usually photograph at the time of the autopsy.
So before we get into the specific photographs and not, were you able to determine the cause of Jared Bridegan's death?
I was.
What was it?
He died as a result of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
The manner of death has been classified as homicide.
So did you measure and weigh Mr. Bridegan?
We did. We do that with every case we have, and we did that in his case.
And I know it's not like 100% precise, but generally, what was his height and weight?
We measured him when he came to our office at 71 inches in height and weighing 243 pounds.
Were there any tattoos or piercings or other distinguishing features on his body or skin that you notated?
I did not see any tattoos or piercings. He had a couple of scars, including a very large abdominal scar along his lower abdomen, all the way across the lower abdomen.
And did that appear to be some type of medical scar?
It is a medical scar, and it's usually associated with might generally be called a tummy tuck operation.
So were photographs taken during the course of your examination?
Yes, they were.
Why is photography so important?
Well, I guess it could be said that photographs don't lie, and they're better than the best memory. But they also document injuries, identifying marks, evidence that we might collect. So it's a way to document things for the report and for the case in general.
So I'm going to go through a series of autopsy photographs. Some of these obviously are going to be sensitive in nature, so I give everyone fair warning that they are coming. If we can just go through them and you can explain the purpose of the photograph and what the jury is seeing, okay?
Certainly.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 63. Is this the as-is photograph?
This is the as-is photograph of the decedent as he was received in our office.
We see some wires that are coming from the chest. Is that evidence of attempted resuscitation efforts by first responders?
Yes, they put two defibrillator pads on this gentleman in an attempt to revive him.
We see bags on the hands. Is that what you referred to in an attempt
Yes,
to preserve any DNA evidence if this in fact was some type of struggle or close contact?
that's correct.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 64. What do we have here?
We have an as-is picture of one side of the left hand. In homicides, we photograph all four sides of the hand, the back side, the palmar side, and the two additional sides. We do that before the body is cleaned off. So it documents the hand as is, as well as documents the two articles of jewelry that were present on the body when we received it.
And those are obviously collected and preserved.
It was.
And we, just so the jury knows, we see there that 22-441. Will we see that in various photographs throughout?
You will.
State's Exhibit 65, what are we looking at here?
This is actually a cleaned up, what is sometimes called an identification photo of the decedent that shows the full face. It also shows that there are some injuries on the face, but it's generally called the ID photo.
So the ID photo in State 65, those injuries to the face, those were likely as a result of the fall?
They are consistent with the collapse injuries, yes.
So that's not the entry wounds. We're going to see that in a minute.
Right, those are not the gunshot wounds, no, sir.
Showing what's been entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 66. Is this going to be the cleaned overall body shot?
This is the clean overall body shot of the upper portion of his body.
State's Exhibit 67 is that same picture but lower?
That's the lower part of the body after it's been properly cleaned up.
State's Exhibit 68, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the cleaned up picture of the upper half of the back surface of the body.
Now we see a discoloration that we did not see when the decedent was on his back. What is this? Explain it to the jury, please.
The discoloration that you see is what's called livor mortis. That's the passive settling of blood in the skin due strictly to gravity and position. It's commonly seen on the back of people, especially if they've been either like in a hospital bed or their own bed or on the ground or something like that. So it's common to see it on the posterior surfaces of the body. Not always, but common.
And that does not indicate injury of any sort.
That is not an injury, no.
Page 69. State 69, are these the two entry wounds?
These are the two gunshot wounds that I observed on the body.
And can you tell that they're entry wounds?
You can tell they're entry wounds.
How do you tell that?
Well, one actually both were fairly easy. One did not have an associated exit wound, but if you look at them, they're generally round, and they have a rim of abrasion around the edge of the wound, which is consistent with entry gunshot wounds. Those are the two big things. Usually round or oval shape with abrasion along the edge of the wound.
And this is just for record purposes, the jury can see it. This is going to be the upper left shoulder of the decedent.
It's the back of the left shoulder, yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 70 is going to be a close-up of those two entry wounds.
This is a closer-up picture, which we use the L ruler with, which gives a better measurement and a better photograph of these gunshot wounds.
You indicated that one projectile did not exit. Was there evidence that at least part of another projectile did exit?
There is an exit wound on his lateral right upper arm, as demonstrated in this picture.
So the jury can tell the difference between the exit and the entry. What the exit is not going to be symmetrical.
It's not going to be symmetrical and is generally not round. It often has a a very slit-like appearance, and when you put the two edges back together, it's almost like they fit together, almost like a jigsaw puzzle piece. And if you look closely at the edges of the wound, there's no associated abrasion along the edges of the wound, as you can see by this close-up picture.
Next photograph of State's Exhibit 72.
Yes, that's the close-up of the exit wound that I saw.
So let's talk, we're going to publish State 73, but before we talk about 73, can you let the jury know the associated trauma from those entry wounds, what happened to Jared Bridegan's body as a result of those gunshot?
I can. One of the gunshot wounds went in and struck his left clavicle, fractured the clavicle. That projectile actually broke into several fragments, 3 larger fragments, which I recovered. 2 were by the fractured clavicle, 1 was in the muscles of the neck. The other gunshot wound went through his left common carotid artery and his left jugular vein, 2 very large blood vessels which are associated with blood flow to and from the head. It also passed through the pharynx, that's the upper airway where your vocal cords are located. After passing through those structures, it hit the right clavicle, fractured the right clavicle, and that's when a large fragment from that shot actually continued on through the right shoulder and exited through the lateral right upper arm.
So specifically the damage to the jugular vein and the carotid artery, would that lead to death in almost every situation?
Without immediate medical intervention, that would definitely be a fatal gunshot wound.
And when we check someone's pulse, we're looking at on their neck, are we going for the carotid artery?
That's correct.
That's because it's a large artery that supplies blood to your body.
It's the largest artery in the neck.
And the jugular is what, the largest vein in the
It's the largest vein in the neck, yes.
So even though the location of the gunshot wounds were in the shoulder, they went through some very important parts of the body.
Absolutely, they did.
And those would have rendered a victim incapacitated virtually immediately. Is that fair? I mean,
Well, it's hard to gauge exactly how quickly that happens. However, when blood flow to your brain is compromised, as would have happened with this gunshot wound, you can lose consciousness very rapidly, sometimes as little as 15 or 20 seconds. So it could be not instantaneous, but very quickly.
so we look at State's Exhibit 73. Do we see, could you point out, you can circle on your screen, the projectiles, fragments that you were able to locate?
Certainly, and I'll just preface that by saying, before we actually even open the body in homicides, we do full body x-rays, of which this is one. This is an x-ray of the head, the upper neck, and the upper chest. There are 2 large fragments that are visible in this x-ray. That's one.
Doctor, when you're looking at the screen, can you keep your voice up? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
There's one that I circled. There's a second one. That is from one of the gunshot wounds. The other large bright object is a large piece of the projectile core. That's from the shot that went through the carotid artery and the jugular vein.
If you could use your finger and not your nail, then we can, I think, can see it. Unless we already can see it. I couldn't see it. There we go.
It's visible.
Okay?
Yeah, I think the jury gets an idea of what they're looking at now. Thank you.
Okay.
And going to State 74, do we again see evidence of those projectiles?
We do. There's a large projectile fragment, which I just circled, and also directly adjacent to that, you can see where the clavicle has been fractured.
Actually obvious. You don't need to be a radiologist to see that, right?
That's correct, and I'm not a radiologist.
75, what do we see here?
We see another shot, which includes the left upper arm and portion of the left shoulder, as well as one of the large projectile fragments that I recovered in the left shoulder.
And do you collect all of these fragments?
Those fragments, excuse me, they are collected. They are properly photographed and then sealed into evidence envelopes, which are placed into secure storage at our office and then signed over under proper chain of custody to the police.
So we see them in State's Exhibit 76, and then close-ups in 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. Is that fair, Doctor?
Yes, those are the fragments that I recovered from within the decedent's body.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
And we see those actual items in State's Exhibit 93. Just State's Exhibit 93 composite. Are these going to be from your office of those actual fragments and projectiles?
They are, that's my handwriting on the three envelopes.
And then in that, we also have a photograph of a victim's blood card in State's Exhibit 94. What's the purpose of taking a blood spot card from the victim?
We take a blood spot card because if DNA is found under a decedent's fingernails, we need a standard to compare it to. It could be the person's own DNA, or it may be from someone else. So we have to have that standard in order to determine if it's DNA from someone else.
And you and your team collected that?
I collected that personally, yes, I did.
You mentioned earlier the concept of clothing, State's Exhibit 83, 84, 85, 86, 87 are going to be all the clothing that you recovered from Mr. Bridegan?
Yes.
And do we see defects in the clothing that are consistent with the gunshot wounds that you documented?
We do. There were two defects in the posterior left shoulder of the clothing corresponding to the gunshot wounds that I found.
Did you perform a toxicology of the decedent?
I did.
Why do you do that?
In homicide cases, we do that as a matter of routine. Toxicology findings can have an impact on the case, especially if people using illicit drugs, stimulants, things like that. So it's another piece of evidence that we need to have in order to do proper classification.
And what were the results of Jared Bridegan's toxicology screen?
The only thing we found in the toxicology testing was caffeine.
Did the caffeine have any part in Mr. Bridegan's death?
It did not.
Was there any natural cause or disease that you found during the course of the autopsy that would explain Jared Bridegan's death?
No, there was not.
Can you determine within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was not an accident or a suicide?
Well, from what I gathered from the scene, a weapon was not recovered at the scene. If he had shot himself, there probably would have been a weapon there. So it does not appear to be a suicide. As far as an accident, again, there was no weapon found at the scene. So I think an accidental shooting could be safely ruled out.
And you have multiple shots as well.
That's correct.
And certainly the angle of entry would have been very, very difficult for a person to shoot themselves, either accidentally or intentionally.
That would have been difficult, yes, sir.
Did you note any soot or stippling from gunpowder on the clothing or the entry wounds?
I did not see any adjacent to either of the entry wounds. It can sometimes be hard to see on clothing, especially bloody clothing, and his clothing was very bloody, as a matter of fact. Just with naked eye examination, I did not see anything like that.
And if you did see that, what would it tell you versus not seeing?
If you see those substances which come out of the gun when the bullet is fired, it's not just the bullet, there's other things which come out, including burned and unburned gunpowder, which is the soot and stippling you referred to. That can help us to determine their age of fire. If they had been present, that's a fairly close gunshot wound because those substances can only travel perhaps 2 or 3 feet. So it does help us, doesn't tell us exactly the range, but it gives us an estimation, a good approximation, actually.
So a good approximation is that the firearm in this particular case was at least 2 or 3 feet away from Mr. Bridegan.
Yes, sir.
What is your expert medical opinion about the cause of Jared Bridegan's death?
My expert opinion is that the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
What is your expert medical opinion about the manner of Jared Bridegan's death?
The manner of death was classified as homicide.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mujahid. Cross-examination?
We have no questions for the doctor. Thank you.
Right, thank you. May the witness be excused.
Witness may be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gillespie.
Thank you.
Will that be last witness for today?
Yes, Your Honor, we went faster than we thought, so we apologize for not having another witness.
No problem. Members of the jury, that will be the last witness for today. So before you leave, let me say that it's important that the lawyers are heard. So I require that they wear body mics. So if they have a second before they turn them on, please just forgive that, okay? So it's something that I'm requesting that they do so that they can move about the courtroom freely and also that they can be heard as well. So don't think anything of it if you are thinking anything of it at all. Next is tomorrow, we're going to start at the same time. So again, everything was perfect this morning. Thank you for getting here early. Thank you for being ready to work. We're going to start again at 9 a.m. and we're going to go to about 5 o'clock every day. Today, we're going to break a little bit early, but again, thank you for your time, your hard work. I'm going to remind you to follow the communication rules that I've put into place since the very beginning of this case. And so with that, we will conclude with you and the court will be in recess. Thank you. See you tomorrow.